Guillermo A. Pena Argueta. Ellen Reynolds. Sandra Smiley. Gregory B. Thomas. Last but not least, Nancy Tortorisi Dunham. Was there any retirees that we missed? Okay, the rest will be mailed out to the retirees that are not here, and we are going to transition to our board meeting.
Yes, but please, retirees and guests, please go help yourself to the beautiful treats. Thank you, Mashios, for making such a nice celebration for our honored guests. So please, everyone, help yourself, and thank you so much for making making time tonight to let us pause and honor you.
catch her by the time.
Tamara's, yeah. They've been just calling me back and said she's on her way. Oh, you went on. Oh, yeah. Hi, Commissioner.
Testing. 1, 2, testing.
Hello. All right. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'd like to call this meeting to order.
Can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now call the roll. Commissioner President Wyatt.
Present.
Commissioner Vice President Webb.
Present.
Commissioner Allen Jordan.
Present.
Commissioner Andrews. Commissioner.
Present.
Commissioner Douglas.
Present.
Commissioner Dr. Harris.
Present.
Commissioner Hembry. Commissioner Hembry. Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Malone. Commissioner Malone. Also present this evening, we have Dr. Elizabeth Filipatos, Acting Superintendent, Mr. Cameron Cox, Chief Financial Officer, Board Secretary, Dr. Mark A. Williams, Chief of School Management, Chief Carletta Jones, Chief of Human Resources, Chief Chris Payne, Chief of Information Technology, Chief Bashan L. Hill, Chief of Marketing and Communications, Dr. Danielle Mastro Giovanni, Chief of Equity and School Improvement, Mr. Bryant Horsley, General Counsel, Mr. Jeffrey A. Morton, Assistant Business Administrator, Board Secretary, and Student Commissioner who wrecked up the other night, Ms. Kaylin Marsola. Madam President, we have a quorum. I'll read the welcome. Welcome to the business meeting of the Plainfield Board of Education. Members hope that you will find this meeting interesting and informative. We thank you for taking the time out to attend. Please be advised that this and all meetings of the board are open to the media and public, consistent with the Open Public Meetings Act, and that the advance notice required therein has been provided to the Courier News and Tap Into on Tuesday, June 9th, 2026, to be advertised on Friday, June 12th, 2026, and also provided to the Plainfield Public Schools District website, the Plainfield City Clerk, Plainfield Police Department, and Plainfield Public Library for posting. Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Welcome, everybody, to our business meeting for the month of June 2026. We appreciate you being there. Those of you here with us in person and those of you with us virtually, thank you for joining us this evening. I do not have President's remarks. I believe that this month's video will speak volumes to everything that I would have to say about what's going on here at Plainfield Public Schools over the past month or so. So I just have Nick cue that up so that you guys can put your attention to the screen and join me in watching the month in review video for us to share the highlights throughout the district. Thank you.
just about celebrating the past. It's about recognizing that we, in accordance with the ideals of our founding fathers, need to look at our future.
We are in our second year of the Leader in Me program, and it has transformed our school
You already
culture.
know. Let's go. From the classrooms to the stage, from the hallways to the games. Every student, every dream, one family, one
And also who keep us going, we have our parents here. Shout out to all of our parents.
Thank you. We truly appreciate this generous donation of $5 million. You really helped our budget. Okay, we appreciate you. Our teachers are going to enjoy it. I'm sure that they very much appreciate it. And as a parent of students in the district, especially one of Cook, I know that our Cook parents appreciate it as well. So thank you again.
Yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Look how
It
far
told me
we've
about the spark shad. Told me it catches them. Caught this nice, probably 14, 15-inch largemouth. So yeah.
every student, every dream. This is our year. This is our time. Cut it off. Let's go. Cut it off. Let's go. Hands up high. Touch the sky. Volamos alto. We fly high. Cut it off. Let's go. Cut it off. Let's go. Red and blue, side by side. Cardinal Nation, worldwide. School year 2026. What a ride. Cardinals, we fly. Volamos alto. Let's go. We've come. Look what we've done. Every win, every moment, every memory, every student, every dream. This is our year. This is our time. Cut it off. Let's go. Cut it off. Let's go. Hands up high. Touch the sky. Volamos alto. We fly high. Cut it off. Let's go. Cut it off. Let's go. Red and blue, side by side. Cardinal Nation, worldwide. School year 2026. What a ride. Cardinals, we fly. Volamos alto. Let's go.
Thank you, thank you. So as we close out yet another remarkable school year, I just want to say thank you again. Thank you. We cannot thank you enough. Thank you to our students, our families, our educators, administrators, support staff, and my fellow commissioners of the Plainfield Board of Education. Together we face challenges, celebrated milestones, and remain steadfast in our commitment to the students of Plainfield Public Schools and the children within our community. As we head into the summer, I encourage everyone to take time to rest and reset and recharge and reflect on this past school year as we prepare for the upcoming school year. However, never lose sight of the purpose that brought us here together. The work of educating and uplifting our children is way too important to become ordinary. Have a safe, healthy, and blessed summer, and know that when our doors reopen, we'll be ready to continue moving Plainfield Public Schools forward together. Thank you again.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I did prepare a presentation for the superintendent's remarks, as it is the final meeting of the 2026-27 school year, and accordingly there are some things we have to talk about. And I practiced this so it would be 13 minutes, but I am going to stay on script. So, yes. So there's our agenda. We already had our retiree recognition. We will talk about our student commissioners after that. I'm going to go over the organizational chart. and district. Yeah. And we just going to touch briefly on our PDP, which, and then give an overview of our strategic plan update, and then just a hint into what's next for Phones Down, Minds Up. So of course, we enjoyed our time with our retirees, and we thank them again for everything they did and for coming tonight. I just wanted to give a shout out to our book battlers. We had an amazing Battle of the Books this year. It was so fun, and the competition was so fierce. And congratulations to Paz for taking first place, but it was definitely close. I also wanted to congratulate all of our students who received scholarships. The Clearinghouse Scholarship this year was absolutely phenomenal. We had over 50 scholarships. 64 students received recognition and financial donations. And our professional school counseling team that put it together, is really thanked and congratulated for a job well done. Okay, now I'm going to start reading. As we move into the 2026-27 school year, I would like to share the philosophy behind our organizational chart and introduce what I refer to as our line of sight vision for the leadership of Plainfield Public Schools. Traditionally, organizational charts are viewed as top-down structures with separate departments operating in their own lanes or silos. While our formal chart must still be presented in a traditional reporting format, our leadership philosophy is intentionally different. Our vision is one in which every collaborator in the district stands together in a circle with one focus at the center, the student. Every department, curriculum, finance, human resources, school management, student services, technology, communications, operations, and every member of our staff faces inward towards that child. The student is the reason we exist, the reason we make decisions, and the reason that we work together. This concept of line of sight means that whenever one department reaches across the organization to another for support, information, or collaboration, the student is directly in between them. As they look across the circle to one another, they quite literally have the child in their line of sight. That simple image serves as a constant reminder that our requests, our priorities, and our decisions should always be guided by one question: how does this benefit students? Our philosophy also reinforces mutual accountability. Every professional in Plainfield Public Schools is responsible not only for the success of their own work, but for supporting the work of their colleagues in service to our shared mission. Collaboration is not optional, it is expected. Now, commissioners, while the previous slide illustrated our philosophy through a lens of circular, student-centered model, this slide presents the formal administrative organizational chart for the 2026-27 school year. This format is easier to read from a governance and operational perspective, but I want to emphasize that the philosophy remains the same. Every line, every office, every role ultimately exists to support the students represented at the top of this chart. The first change you will notice is that all administrative titles have been aligned with recognized New Jersey Department of Education terminology. We have intentionally eliminated unnecessary or inflated titles and returned to clear, straightforward descriptions that accurately reflect each position's function and statutory responsibility. You will also notice that this organizational chart reflects the difficult but necessary reality of this year's budget. Through the reduction of force process, the district reduced 12 administrative positions, including 3 executive directors, 6 assistant principals, and 3 supervisors. Assistant principal assignments have been strategically aligned with enrollment. Elementary schools with more than 500 students and all of our secondary schools continue to receive assistant principal support. Many supervisory responsibilities have also been consolidated. Rather than simply eliminating positions, we carefully examined the work itself and reorganized responsibilities among existing leaders to ensure continuity of service while reducing redundancy. Another significant change is the consolidation of the Office of Marketing and Communications into the Office of Information and Technology. These teams already work in close partnership through website management, digital communications, media production, and technology platforms. Bringing them together under one division creates a more streamlined and coordinated approach to communicating with our community. During my service as acting superintendent, it is not feasible to simultaneously oversee student services in my previous capacity as assistant superintendent. Therefore, student services will temporarily report through the Office of School Management under Dr. Mark Williams, ensuring consistent executive oversight while maintaining continuity for our students and families. We have also merged instruction and program with school improvement and equity. Throughout this year, these departments pursued many of the same goals and often worked side by side. By formally combining these functions, we reduce duplication, improve coordination, and create a single unified vision for curriculum, instruction, school improvement, and equitable outcomes for students. You will see that the Director of Enrollment will now report within the Information Technology Division. This alignment reflects the operational reality that enrollment management is deeply connected to our student information system, Genesis, Frontline, and School5, the district's broader data infrastructures. Housing these responsibilities together strengthens efficiency and supports more integrated decision-making. Similarly, our Career and Technical Education Supervisor will assume additional responsibilities previously assigned to the eliminated Instructional Technology Supervisory position. This realignment strengthens collaboration between instructional programming and educational technology. Finally, the Division of Special Education has been streamlined from 7 administrators to 5 administrators for the 2026-27 school year. To support this more efficient structure, the proposed assistant director role provides focused operational leadership while preserving strong oversight of services, compliance, and programming for our students with disabilities. Taken together, these changes represent much more than an organizational redesign. They reflect a deliberate effort to reduce redundancy, improve efficiency, and strengthen collaboration. Only the items in red are replacements. There are no additional, there are title changes and resignations that are being replaced and retirements that are being replaced. There's no additional administration added to this organizational chart. As we move to this slide, I just wanted to reiterate to every commissioner and to the community that we've remained steadfast in our commitment to bringing back as many employees as possible following the unfortunate reduction in force. From the very beginning, our goal has been to preserve our workforce whenever opportunities became available. Through careful staffing analysis and internal reassignments, retirements, and resignations, we have been able to restore positions and recall employees whenever fiscally and operationally appropriate. I'm pleased to report that to date, we have returned 22 staff members to our workforce, and that represents more than 1/3 of those impacted. So every year we present our progress towards professional development, our professional development plan. And in case you don't know where that is, there's a QR code. Of course, this presentation will be available after tonight's board meeting, and you can always click on the QR code to see the PDP. And I won't read down the accomplishments, but we do feel that we made 80% progress towards our PDP this year. The staff worked incredibly hard and participated in so many professional development opportunities. And for next year, we're going to focus in on code and conduct, student training, model classrooms for both ELA and bilingual, and vertical articulation. Additionally, at the end of the school year, the New Jersey Department of Education provides every school district with a link to the previous year's performance reports. Again, this was shared with our entire community through a letter and access to the website. We've included it here for your understanding that this is prior year's school performance reports, and they are now available from the NJDOE. And of course, it is also required that we report on our strategic plan and our strategic goals. We have 4 strategic priority goals that we focused on all year. This is our 3rd year of our strategic plan, and we have to date completed approximately 75% of the priorities in the climate and culture area. As we reported last month, we had improvements in our surveys for both employees and students. As reflected in our professional development plan update, we successfully implemented district-wide professional development and learning structures and updated curriculum maps to work towards strategic priority number 2, teaching and learning. We established the win and flex period across all schools and dedicated time for interventions. Next year, we will continue to strengthen the vertical articulation between grades, refine professional learning to make it more individualized, and expand mentoring structures. Strategic priority 3 is finance and operations, and we strengthened our multi-year budget analysis, comprehensive cost-benefit reviews. We also work towards returning students from out-of-district placements. We have expanded. This year we created 3 new classrooms within our schools, and next year we're adding 4 more. So that is a huge component of this priority. Our final priority is community engagement, and thanks to the use of Parent Square, our amazing communication division, we are connecting with our families, and we have the statistics to prove it. So we have scored ourselves a 75% goal in this area as well. And it's so important that we are all proficient and noted to be using Parent Square, because next year, Student Square is going to be the focus of our communications. Student Square is the natural arm of Parent Square, and it allows students, teachers, and parents to text students on the same app. So this will eliminate, this can be seen on computers and iPads, and this will eliminate some stress families may feel as we move into the phone-free era of the New Jersey schools. Again, we've been talking about this all a year, and well, the second half of the year at least, and we've had an amazing committee to work on this. In anticipation, you can go back one. I just want to point out that QR code will give you the guidance from the New Jersey Department of Education. The committee has been working, and they have a beautiful presentation. There was about 20 slides, and they wanted to present it to you in total. There's just not enough time in the June board meeting, so what we are going to do is, in July, we will have them present at a town hall. We will tape it and share it with all the families and staff members so that we're all on the same page with phones down, minds up. And that actually concludes my remarks, and we will segue to a presentation from our district architect.
Yes, so good evening, commissioners, good evening, community. This evening we have a presentation largely from the architect of record from DMR Architects, and I believe they'll be joined by our construction manager, Mr. Peyton Riley. We've heard from the Business Operations Committee regarding the status of the BUF. We've completed the RFI process as well as the cost analysis to complete the renovations as scoped. And then we just would like to get a formal update from our architects. And Mr. Riley, I think I saw him come in, if he could join up. So we have Fernando and Peyton, if you guys could just go to the podium and formally introduce yourself to the community and for the board members that haven't formally met you. And then we will bring that presentation up on the screen for everyone to follow along. Testing.
Okay, sorry about that. Good evening. My name is Fernando Robledo. I'm an architect, project manager for DMR Architects. We are the architects for the district. We have several projects that we have developed for the district, including the school. And we've been working closely with the staff of the district, along with Mr. Payton, to give an idea of what it would take to move the district offices to a facility that was purchased by the district that is known as the Buff One. And we're here tonight to just give you a brief history of how the project went and the process of starting with the how we came to where we are right now. First of all, there was an assessment that was done.
You hold it just because it's
Sure.
they're saying they're not hearing you, or if we can turn that.
Okay. So we started with the process with an assessment of two properties, Buff 1 and Buff 2, to ascertain the condition of such facilities in order to have one of them being Buff 1 as the facility where the district offices were going to move. We presented that assessment, and after that, we engaged several consultants in order to provide the district with a set of construction documents for the whatever construction was necessary in order to have the offices move into this facility. Again, okay, the timeline of major events. We started working in November of 2024 when the district authorized DMR Architects to perform the property, an assessment of how the property was, in which condition we found it, and we presented a assessment report to the district. And based on that, also in November of 2024, we presented a couple of options of how the building would be designed to relocate the district offices to that facility. On January 22nd of 25, DMR Architects, we attended a meeting where DMR issues a facility condition assessment report, and we also issue a budget, which we call the order of magnitude budgets, for 3 different options of that design. In February of 2025, DMR Architects also presented floor plans based on the January 2025 programming meeting. Along with the plans, we updated a budget to let the district know cost. On March of 2025, The DMR issues an order of magnitude budget for the renovations that were required to have the facility in good condition to move in for the district offices. The construction, the total cost of that construction with alternates was a little less than $15 million. In April of 2025, the district received notice of code violations from the city of Plainfield that outlined several major conditions that needed to be addressed before the building could be occupied again. In April of 2025, at the kickoff meeting between the architects and the district, we were notified that the district had a budget of $4 million to do the renovations of that building, and we were given the direction to develop construction documents, keeping that budget in mind. And as part of that, the district, in order for them to save some money, they decided to direct us to break down the project so that it could be done through the co-op system in the state. Then in May, from May 2025 throughout the year, we did several site visits between the architects and engineers, along with Mr. Payton and some of this district staff, to ascertain the conditions of the building and to find out and find the best way possible to move the district offices to the facility. We continued in September with those site visits, and unfortunately, in September of 2025, almost a year after the initial assessment, our structural engineer found some severe structural conditions that require emergency work to the building.
Can I get you to pause right there for a second, Fernando? The discovery in September 25 is after the building purchase. From my recollection of those events, there had been initial requests to do some test boring, if I remember correctly.
That is correct,
to
yes.
test the structural integrity of the building, but we were not allowed to do those test borings because we did not own the building at the time. This realization that occurred in September 2025 occurred as a result of then owning the building and then being able to subsequently conduct that test boring.
That is correct. Our structural engineer was on site along with Mr. Payton, and they developed, they requested some borings to be performed in order to find out the integrity of the structure. And then we continue with more site visits, surveying more existing conditions, and by October of 2025, the structural engineer issued their report and their recommendations to fix the problems that the building had. Also in October of 2025, the district agreed that, being the fact that the building was an old facility, it needed to get some very important systems to be upgraded. One of them was the electrical service, which was one of the major costs in the budget. So with all this in mind, DMR went ahead and finished the construction documents that were presented in January of 2026. During one of the board meetings, we presented the plans, we presented the specifications, and presented all the finishes in order for the district to be able to issue to potential bidders and construction companies in order to get numbers, real numbers of how much the renovation was going to cost. All of this was done through the district. Mr. Payton was the one that was handling all those bids. Some RFIs came in. We responded to all those RFIs, and we issue also an addenda to respond to some of those questions that contractors had. In March of 2026, DMR was requested to provide a comparison, a budget estimate comparison to see what it would take to do from the limited renovation that we were doing to what it would take to do a full renovation. And with that in mind, we presented 3 options. The first one was a complete renovation with buildings upgrades in the neighborhood of $23 million with some future projects of $3.5 million. An option 2, a partial renovation with some upgrades, and that came in at $13 million with future projects of $3.7 million. And the bare minimum that was needed in order for the district to come in came in at $7.7 million with future projects in the neighborhood of 3.7. So in other words, the renovation required for the district to move in with the alternates that we presented at that time, it was $14.8 million. And also in March of 26, that was in March of 25. In March of 26, the limited renovation and the complete renovation went from $6 million for the limited renovation to 10.9 for a complete renovation. In April of 2025, DMR learned that there was a budget of $4 million to renovate Buff 1. The direction was given to let the district offices fit the existing building. During this meeting, DMR directed to develop construction documents with the bare minimum to bring the facility up to code and to be able to function as a Board of Education and district offices. This was a major issue that, as architects, we had to deal with because the building was working as a school, and we had to make a change of use, turn it into a business use. And that obviously comes with added requirements that the code establishes for us to be able to move in. In April of 25, the $4 million budget was defined. In October of 2025, the district agrees to provide that electrical systems upgrade that we talked about. And in January of 2026, as said before, the final documents, construction documents were presented. Those were the key elements. Then it came the procurement process and status, and this is something that Mr. Payton took care of.
Could I ask at that point, because Peyton, I know this is where you kind of manage the RFI process as well as taking the scope that was initially presented by DMR, then the scope was reduced at a time to try to match the budget. But could you just talk to these slides, Peyton, about what occurred and what kind of submissions we received from the contractors?
Yeah, as far as, excuse me. Yeah, hi, my name is Peyton Riley, construction manager for the district. Yeah, we received 3 quotes from 3 general contractors that are. Good idea.
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, we received 3 quotes from 3 general contractors, and one of them was deemed non-responsive, and this is a contractor that we worked with in the past with not great success, so we weren't too surprised by that. The other 2 contracts we've worked with a degree of success. One of them was still missing some scope that would have raised his number up a bit, and the other contractor, the highest contractor, was the one that did a lot of the test borings and test openings for the engineer, so he had the most familiarity with the building. And we attribute that to him having the highest quote of the 3. We received a few RFIs, not a significant amount for the building. We gave tours of the building to all of the prospective bidders. We think they had a good familiarity with it. The design documents, after all this time, were complete. You know, they had a good opportunity to go through the documents and clean them up. So that's kind of where we were with achieving pricing. Unfortunately, all the pricing was over our budget.
So this states that the current estimates with the reduced scope was at 6.7, and is the next slide is where we actually received the formal pricing from the
Three.
three bidders. Could we bring? These were the three that you were
Yeah,
talking about?
these were the three bidders. So our low bidder, CDP Construction, he was deemed non-responsive. He was missing significant scope there, as you can see on the slide: fire protection, fire alarm, IT, security, AV, roofing. Basically, his bid was non-responsive. Murray Contracting was closer to budget, but he was also missing some significant scope in the project. K&B Contractor's bid was complete, and again, we think they know the building the best, having done a lot of the test borings and openings for it. But you can see the significant difference between the two.
Okay. And then
So in view of all
Yep.
this,
Could you-
I'm sorry, in view of all this, the district requested from the architects and consultant engineers to provide what it would take to demolish the structure. And we presented
Hold on
numbers.
because I know that's a difficult thing to hear. Demolish the structure based upon what was in the budget previously allocated and
Yes.
what the price to do that reduced scope came in at. I want to make sure we are,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to remember that the original budget was 2 years old.
yep,
And then the updated budget is with all these market conditions that have completely have impacted the construction industry big time. So that is the reason why. Now, we were requested to give an idea of how much it would cost to demolish it, just so that the district has another option if that's what the district is.
so you
looking
just put the mic. a little
sorry?
higher. Just put the mic a little higher.
Okay. So that the district can have different options. So as you can see through the process, we presented district not just with the assessment of the properties, not just with the design of the properties, we also helped the district to see where the numbers are, because as we all know, the bottom line is how much it's going to cost. And in view of all this, that's how we prepared this presentation, giving the district all the options that are on the table, and the district can make a decision based on that.
Thank you for that. Before we have Peyton and Fernando sit down, I want to give the board members, both present and online, an opportunity to ask clarifying questions, if there be any.
So thank you both for that. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Riley, for clarifying from a district standpoint. We did ask for options because we needed to pause on any decision-making when it came to this Buff One property, because from the beginning, we were under the impression that it was more cosmetic work than structural work. And the idea was that we were going to turn this building into district offices in hopes that we could then use the district office to turn that back online for school. Now, we're not in that space now because we don't have the enrollment, and it's not necessary to do at this time, but we purchased the building under that auspice, and Buff 2 is great. It's operating, it's good, but we're still stuck with this building that we have to make sure that we upkeep if it's still standing. And so having these options give the board an insight on what decision we need to make moving forward. We do have new commissioners who weren't here at the time of the purchase, so it was also important that we share and update with them, because they have to be a part of decision-making now for us to move forward. And I kind of I have a few questions, because I want to make sure that I get the clarity that I need from the beginning of this process to the end. So When it was presented to us to purchase the building, yes, the board approved the purchase. We were on board because we had the understanding that we would be able to do this within the budget that was allocated. And I know you guys are saying 4 million. I think you said that you got a revised budget for 4 million at the April 2025. But I think our initial budget was like 5 million and plus 750
So-
additional at closing. You could clarify.
So it was roughly $5 million that was allocated. The $750,000 was as a result of the code violations and some structural identifications that were made just prior to the close, and in an effort to continue the closing, that was the concession that was made at closing.
Okay, and so we started this process November 2024, you said, and so in March 2025, and that's just where you had the figures, it says 14.846. So I'm just trying to figure out, if we only had a budget of 5 million, how did this number come about where the board was we were under the impression that we had the funds to do it. Was this the original number from the onset prior to purchasing that you guys were able to provide us?
That number is in the original report that was given to the district in the original assessment.
And when you guys sent the report, and I need you to be very specific, what administrators did you send that report to? I need to know everybody, like starting with the superintendent down, because we need to know how we came to the point of not getting this number and understanding that we could do this with a $5 million budget.
All I can tell you
I mean, you
that
can't tell me that, but I just want to know,
Right,
like,
yes.
who did you send it to?
we sent it from the superintendent to a business administrator and buildings and grounds directors. Everybody got a copy of that report
And they had it from the beginning,
from the day one.
or didn't get a copy?
That was in order for us to start the project. The project was broken into two pieces. One piece was to do an assessment, and we gave you a budget for architectural engineering services to do that assessment. So in order for us to get paid, we had to give you that. So at that time, you had that report with whatever deficiencies were listed, and the report exists, and it should be in your files. And in there, we have those numbers, because we did a cost estimate to tell the district what needed to get done to get the building going.
At any point, was that budget any lower to simply bring the building up to code? Because I do know that you mentioned that prior to the purchase, because we didn't own the building, you weren't able to assess to a certain extent. You couldn't do the test boring regarding the integrity of the structure of the building and everything. So I do know that that added, extensive
Yes.
costs. So, but at any point, was there a way that you could bring the building up to code so that the district offices could be turned into, so that the school could be turned into district offices for the administration to move in?
At the kickoff meeting of April of '25, we were instructed, based on the assessment plan, the assessment of the building, and the budget that was given, the district said, listen, we don't have that kind of money. We have $4 million. So we cannot bring this building up to speed to meet our needs. So basically, we want to make sure that we can move in with the minimum amount of work, renovating whatever needs to happen so that we can bring our offices into this building. So at that time, that's when the $4 million came in. And we had to adjust our plans in all the aspects, architecturally, life and safety, mechanical systems, structural systems, and all of that. So at that time, we were working towards that. In the meantime, we couldn't do surveys because the district didn't own the building. So we had to do a very, very thorough surveys of every system in place in order for us to develop the construction documents needed to do the renovation. And that's how things started to escalate, especially the structural part. And
You
by
got the list of the violations.
right,
from the
in
city,
addition
and
to the
so-
violations that came in from the city. So, yeah, the district knew what happened. We were called in to do the minimum, and that's what we did. But unfortunately, things keep escalating. And as we move on, every month, things keep going up.
Okay, I'm gonna, I understand. I mean, I was here. I want to make sure our new commissioners understand, and I want to now allow my commissioners to ask questions with regard to the information that you provided, especially the commissioners who weren't here, and then the ones who were, to get the clarity that they need. Because there was a lot of information that was not shared with the board with respect to what you shared this evening. And we were under the impression that we had the funding to bring the building up to code and do what needed to be done for the administration to move into that building. And that has never been the case. And so now we're here and we have to consider demolishing the building or whatever the other options are. So do we have any other questions from commissioners at this time?
I have 2 questions. If you were to bring, if you were to do the minimal repairs and bring the building up to code, would it be safe for day-to-day use?
I'm sorry?
Would it be safe for day-to-day use if you was?
Yes, yes, that was the goal, to make the building function properly with the minimum amount of money
Fernando, can you keep the mic, because
that we would be able to put it. So, yes, the facility, following the construction documents that have been presented, would make it feasible for offices to work properly. To the point that with the electrical upgrades, some of the mechanical systems that would not be able to work with electrical upgrades, they would function properly.
And that could be done with the minimum amount of money being spent?
Within the budget that we presented of $6 million, $6 to $7 million.
Not in the budget that the board.
Unfortunately, no. The original budget was, that was $4 million. That was the number that was given to us, and we try our best to make it work. But unfortunately, there are systems that you just can't ignore. You have to provide with ventilation. You have to provide illumination. That has, all those factors have to come within the code. The code establishes you have to give this in order for an office to work. So electrical systems were upgraded, lighting had to be upgraded, finishes needed to be upgraded, mechanical systems like air conditioning and heating need to be upgraded. And that was just a limited, it's a limited upgrade. It's not a full upgrade. I think we should mention that there are going to be, even if the district goes ahead with this base budget, there are still elements in the building that are functioning right now, but that are going to need to be replaced. We just don't know exactly when, because they can work for another year, another 5 years. But they need to be upgraded. Definitely.
So would you recommend just doing to just demolish the building instead of doing the repairs?
It's hard for us as architects and engineers to give an opinion on that because there are so many factors that come into play.
If I could just add to that. Yeah, in addition to all the things Fernando brought up that had to be brought up to code was all the life safety items, fire alarm, fire protection, egress paths, fire partitions, things like that. So a lot of those things drive the cost as well. But to answer your last question, the primary concern would be that after you did complete that bare minimum renovation to get you in the building, you're still going to be facing, because it's a 100-year-old building, it was built in 1929 originally, it's almost 100 years old, you're going to be facing a lot of cost over the next 10 years to address items that fail because of the age of the building and the condition of the building. And the other complicated part about it, in addition to everything Fernando said, was because it's a renovation, because it's such an old building, when you do renovate it, the nature of renovations are, you discover things that you didn't know about. Every time you open a ceiling or open a wall or open a floor, you discover problems. So the change orders on renovation projects tend to escalate significantly.
How much was the building purchased for?
I don't know. I was not part of that.
It was a joint purchase. I could bring up the exact number, Commissioner Douglas. It was about $10.8 million for actually three properties. The plot of land that we've put a playground on next to Pelk, the Pelk building, and then the current building that we're discussing.
And can you briefly just speak to why, because when somebody just simply thinks of this, they could be wondering how the school was able to operate, but then we couldn't just simply turn it over to this. So could you please just speak to that so that there's clarity for not just us as board members, but the community as well, on how
Right.
the school was able to operate for so many years, even to the point of right before we purchased it?
Right. Well, the school that was operating at that time in that facility was a private school. And as a private school, they can get away with a lot of things because they are not under the New Jersey Board of Education, they can do a lot of things and not comply because they don't have the money, a lot of things. As soon as the building comes into to the district, it has to comply with the Board of Ed and the codes in New Jersey. We can't get away from that.
The use group for the building changed. It went from education to office building. So because the use group changed, you had to bring the entire building up to code from a life safety standpoint.
And that answer, Commissioner Douglas, was 11.4, and then we got a concession at closing for $750,000.
Have any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Douglas, were you done asking your question? We have any other questions from commissioners at this time? All right.
No,
Thank
I have
you.
none.
Oh, we have questions online. Commissioner Andrews, is that you?
No, I was saying I have none. I have none.
Commissioner Johnson? Is that Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Andrews?
I have no questions.
Oh, you have none? Okay. All right. Thank you guys very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We
Thank
appreciate you. All right, I'll now entertain a motion to open public comment. Commissioners,
Motion to open public comment.
do we have a second?
I second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Douglas and seconded by Commissioner Allen Jordan. That the board now open public comment at this time. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried. I'll read the disclosure. At business meetings, a 30-minute period will be provided for public comment following committee reports. During this time, members of the public may raise questions or express concerns related to district matters. All members of the public will be asked to present their questions or comments before any response is given. A response is not required, nor will the board engage in back and forth dialogue with any member of the public. Responses, if provided, may come from the board president, superintendent, or designee. Members of the public are encouraged to submit additional questions or comments to the superintendent or board leadership ahead of or following respective meetings for review and follow-up. Members of the public may address the board once per meeting for a maximum period of 3 minutes as measured by the clock. No extensions will be granted. Time is not transferable from one individual to another. Privilege of the floor is now open.
Thank you. We will start with anyone here present in person. You can go up to the mic, yes.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
My name is Allie McWilliams. Some of you probably know me through my father, Al McWilliams, who served as mayor decades ago. Others of you might know me from the Queen City Film Festival. We're now in our 9th year. We're hoping that we'll see you guys all this year in October. And I'm hoping that some of you know me from the Plainfield Performing Arts Center. And if you don't, that's why I'm here. So the Plainfield Performing Arts Center has been established for several years now. What we've been trying to accomplish over the last few years is building out free and accessible programming for the Plainfield community. And so I'm looking to engage the school board and the school district to invite students and faculty members out to our events and help bolster our relationship with the school district so that we can see what programming we can create that aligns with your vision for empowering and educating your students. We have a ton of programming ideas. We've been executing a lot over the last year and a half. One primary program that we're interested in implementing is working with an organization called Boxwood Learning Center, who provides an aftercare school program. Basically, your students will be fed, educated, they can engage in recreational activities like martial arts. And we want PPAC to be kind of like a after-school Thursday central hub where parents can continue to work and know that their children are safe and enjoying themselves right down the street at 724 Park Avenue. Just building off of that programming, we also do, we're also working with other organizations that are nonprofit organizations where they can use the space for free to be able to provide free programming as well. We do that with organizations like Hidden Gems Literary Emporium. We have Kyla here. Raise your hand, Kyla. And we do a book festival every year. So last year was actually, I shouldn't say every year because it's really only our second year, right, Kyla? So, free books are given out to the community. We pair that with activities for the kids. We are partnered with the library in a lot of these efforts as well. And so this is the bridge that I'm looking to build with the Board of Education. So I'm hoping that, before I leave here tonight, that I'll be able to connect with the person, because I know this is your last meeting before summer recess. I'm hoping to connect with someone before summer is out so that I can build what my task list should be for over the summer, so that by the time you guys reconvene for the fall, that we'll be able to, work something out and build something together.
Thank you very much, and absolutely. I know that you did speak with our acting superintendent at the library, but we're gonna definitely have an administrator speak with you this evening, so that we can get your information and start some collaborative efforts, okay?
Excellent, thank you so very much.
You're welcome, thank you. Next person up, whoever we have here in person who would like to come to the mic this evening.
Good evening, board members and Plainfield community. My name is Courtney Woodard Williams. I am a PTO parent with 4 of my children enrolled at and entering Emerson. I am here today because I believe we cannot continue trying to solve district-wide challenges, such as low enrollment, by simply shuffling people around. That is not a solution. I graduated from Plainfield High School in 2009 after attending Plainfield Public Schools from kindergarten through 12th grade. Throughout my educational experience, I witnessed constant turnover in school leadership. Between 6th and 12th grade, nearly every year brought a new principal or vice principal. As a student athlete, I experienced the same instability with coaches. That lack of consistency did not strengthen our schools then, and it will not strengthen them now. Ms. Flood and Mr. Roach represent stability for students, staff, and parents. Support and engage our The support and engagement are modeled at Emerson. High morale is essential and trickle down from leadership. Teachers and staff are educating and supporting our children every day. And their work and environment and level of engagement are important factors in their staff retention. There are approximately 40 transfers expected throughout the district between now and September 1st. And we want to address low enrollment, but we need to identify the real causes and develop meaningful solutions. Parents are looking for strong academic programs, college preparation, career development opportunities, trade pathways, acceleration programs, and school buildings that can accommodate students with physical disabilities while providing behavioral, cognitive, and learning supports within the district that they pay property taxes. These are the conversations we should be having with our board members on a regular basis. We should be protecting our children's stability, not creating more uncertainty while failing to address the root causes of our decades-long challenges. Superintendent Hassan calls to action for the district, and his vision for moving it forward were impressive, and his work clearly produced progress. His impact helped influence my decision to leave private education and return to this district. Mr. Roach dedicated more than 30 years to Plainfield School District, both academically and athletically. Ms. Flood has watched students enter Emerson as kindergartners and graduate from Emerson years later. These dedicated individuals have made decisions that have positively impacted thousands of students. Our children will become adults who will remember a moment, a school year, or perhaps an entire educational journey shaped by the leadership, guidance, and commitment by these individuals and have provided and will continue to provide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Today I'll be speaking on my behalf for Ms. Flood. Ms. Flood is like a superhero without a cape. Ms. Flood is like our leader for the school. We don't want her to leave, and she will not be leaving. Ms. Flood always helps me with my problems and the students' problems. She always she helps with certain problems like Pacific teachers, Pacific like absences and things like that. Ms. Flood always says be well, and that's like an affirmation to start our day, and that's like, and to me that's like very, very powerful, and it really like helps me like when I have certain like subjects and things like that. Ms. Flood always helps us with our problems, and we really don't want her to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Sanaa Williams, and I am a 4th grader at Emerson. When I first came to Emerson from a private school, it was a big adjustment for my brothers and I. The school was very much larger. There were so many more students, and everything felt new and a little overwhelming. During that time, Ms. Flood made a huge difference in my life. Every day, Ms. Flood greets students with a smile and kind words of encouragement. She has a way of making everyone feel welcome and supported. One of the things that helped me the most was when Ms. Flood did morning affirmations with me and a few other students. Those affirmations helped me build my confidence and remind me that I can succeed. Because of her support, I became more comfortable at Emerson and joined the theater group. That's why I do not want Ms. Flood to be removed from our school. Students need leaders like her who make us feel seen, valued, and supported.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's my daughter. So, good evening, Board of Commissioners. My name is Celine Williams. I'm a parent. I'm also on a PTO, and I'm a proud product of Plainfield. I'm from Plainfield. I graduated from Plainfield High School. I went to Hubbard, Clinton School, so I am a product of Plainfield. Throughout my educational journey, I have constantly seen multiple leadership leave the schools. I've never had the consistent principal throughout my whole journey of Plainfield. The only thing that saved me was I had parents that supported me in my whole journey of stability and guidance, but these students do not always have that. So having consistency throughout their whole journey is very important for them to understand how it is for them to be leaders. It was a great concern for me to find out that Ms. Flood was being transferred to Maxon. I am deeply troubled by this possibility because of the tremendous impact that she has had on my children and the students here at Emerson School. Her ability to connect to the scholars, families, and staff is exceptional and unlike anything I've seen in my old years of being in this educational system. Thank you, Ms. Flood. From me being in leadership, I got a little bit of time, so I got to get to this. All right, effective leadership is built on relationships, trust, and continuity. Ms. Flood has worked diligently to establish all three at Emerson. The progress that has been made under her leadership is evident, and removing her at this stage would disrupt momentum at so many levels. It will also negatively affect the morale of the educators, the students, and the families who have invested and benefited from the vision and commitment that she has given to our students. I have no doubt that there's capable leaders at Maxon Middle School who can continue supporting and advancing the school community. After all, leadership development and succession planning are essential components at any strong educational system. Emerson, however, is still in the midst of important work, and Ms. Flood's leadership remains a vital part to that success. As leaders, there are times that your desire to make organizational changes can overshadow your value of preserving what is already working effectively. While change is often necessary for growth, strong leadership also requires recognizing when stability is the best course of action. Basically, doing nothing is doing something. Ms. Flood has established meaningful relationships fostering trust within the school community and created positive momentum that should be allowed to continue. Rather than disrupting that progress, I respectfully urge you to invest and support our progress. Emerson has found a leader. Emerson has found a leader who is making measurable differences in the lives of our scholars. We say scholars and not just students. They are scholars. They're going to be future leaders in the future. So we got to support them. Ms. Flood now will risk undoing much of the progress that she has achieved. Our students deserve a community to continue benefiting from this vision, stability, and commitment she brings to our school each day. I respectfully urge you to reconsider this decision and allow Ms. Flood to remain at Emerson School. I will close with this. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Let's not do what I did as a kid. Let's make the right decision this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Flood is very kindful with everyone, and she is a good person. She every time orders the goodest things for everyone. Thank you, Miss Flood, for everything. Amen. Miss Flood is a very good person, and Miss Flood is a very good person, and she's helped me get out of situations that I really don't want to be in, and she's been a great role model to me, and she's helped me be a better person over the years she's been at Emerson.
Thank you all. Thank you, students, young scholars, for having the courage to come up here and speak on behalf of your assistant principal. Go ahead, you have the floor.
How you doing, everyone? My name is Leah Caldwell. I'm standing up here speaking on behalf of Ms. Flood, VP Floods. I am a PTO member as a secretary. I have been in various organizations in Plainfield. I'm standing up here for Ms. Floods as found out that y'all would be moving her to Maxon School. I feel as though Ms. Flood should be staying where she's at right now because she built a bond with our students. I have a granddaughter that is in Emerson School since kindergarten. She is now in the 4th grade. I've seen a change in my granddaughter since Ms. Flood been in that school. She done opened up more vocal, she's more verbal, and she's moving around better than what she was for the last couple of years that been here. So Ms. Flood is the bond, she is the glue to our family, and if you move her, these kids is going to lose. It's not about us, it's about the kids. And for you to just pick her up and just move her, to another school, these kids is going to have to start all over with a new VP. I'm not, saying these other VPs are bad, but right now Ms. Flood is our sunshine of our school. So please consider to keep her where she's at so she can continue building the bonds with these kids, because these kids done opened up, their test grades are better, their attendance are better, they're following the rules, and they're definitely there for Ms. Flood. So I'm just saying, y'all just consider keeping Ms. Flood in Emerson School where she belongs. Go Panthers.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the dignitaries, the board, the parents, the teachers, and everybody who works in the city of Plainfield that make the school system better. Our children are our future. It is not time to think about socializing or doing anything that does not take the advantage of promoting our children. I've heard many rumors, and I'm here based on allegations tonight. I live in the city of Plainfield. I'm very much aware of the political structure of Plainfield, very much aware of the educational system. As long as I've been here and an activist in different communities and also fighting with Dr. King, it is time that we wake up and do what is right in this city and in this world. We are having a lot of troubles that we're facing now, and if our children aren't prepared to deal with the future, then it's our fault, it's not theirs, because we're not doing the things that should be implicated to make sure that they have a quality of education. I receive calls to tell me some of the things that the parents are concerned about, and as a member of this community and a taxpayer, and one who have been here since the 60s and who was asked at one time to be on this board, there are names that are synonymous with that. I've heard of the Coxes, I've heard of the Campbells, I've heard of the Wyatts, and I want to see this school city and this city change to be the city it once was, and to provide what should be provided for our children so they will come forth. It says in our town, it takes a village to make a transition and to raise a child. I grew up under civil rights. I knew Dr. Martin Luther King. I fought with him. And on the shoulders that you have gotten here today to gain these leadership positions, I was a part of. And I want to see this city go to where it should be and grow. And it takes you, the educators and the leaders, to put your time in and to make sure that our children are educated. We do not need a bunch of idiots. My mother once said to me, and so my upbringing has been, we have all these degrees and we can't do anything with them, and we're not making changes. We're not doing anything to help our cities. We're not helping our children. We're not helping our teachers that should be promoted, should be paid amply, and all that makes this city run. Now, we have to stop thinking of everything as a social organization and do what is right that brings forth a city and shows leadership. When you are out of leadership, you don't mentor anyone. You are the mentors, everyone that is sitting in here. And people watch you, and in this age of media, you don't hide anything that you do. It's out in the public.
Excuse me, ma'am, that is your
And
time.
the public is gonna call. I hear parents, I hear children pleading for someone who has done a decent job.
Excuse me, ma'am.
If you need somebody to correct the schools that's failing, take some of that money, that they say is no longer here, put it together
Ma'am,
and
that-
put it in this
Reverend
community
Shaw.
and hire people that will take on the
Reverend Shaw,
responsibility.
that is your time, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm just saying, and I'm telling the truth. I stand with the parents.
I love you, Miss Flood. Please don't leave us. Miss Flood should not be leaving to Maxon because she has helped me through kindergarten when I was getting bullied, and now I'm in 4th grade. And she has helped through a lot of years, and she shouldn't be leaving. She helps everyone, and every time I enter the school, she's always happy. She welcomes us. It's like we should be in this school.
I'm going to say to everyone, welcome, hello, commissioners, acting superintendent of schools, who I've known before she was the acting superintendent of
Could
schools.
you say your name, ma'am?
My name is LaRoya Barnes Muhammad. I am the administrative assistant to the principal at Emerson School. I am also the Emerson Theater Group director for 18 successful years. A lot of the students that you heard from are my students. Two, even though, you know, I have to say this, because I am an administrative assistant by title, but I am a child of God by life. And by that, I can always say that I am grateful to God to be given a voice, to be given a platform, and to be able to give all of my gifts and talent to those wonderful children that you heard this evening. But I'm just going to say one thing. That no one had to bribe anyone to come here tonight to speak on behalf of Miss Tina Genius Flood. You know why? Because her genius is represented in everyone and everything that she touches. She has touched every heart, every soul, every condition, and every student, parent, child in this entire Plainfield community. And everyone sitting here can bear witness to that, whether you say it or not. You wouldn't be moving her if you didn't know that her magic reigns. Miss Flood is an asset to Emerson Community School, but let me not just leave it to Emerson. She is an asset to every single school that she has touched in the city of Plainfield. I have been here 23 years. I'm looking at the end of the door. Because 25, I can go. I can actually go by age anytime, even though I may not look like it. But I have to say this. We genuinely value and love Miss Flood, not just as an educator, but as a woman, as a person, as a black woman. Because she instills in us the power to be who we are. I wouldn't even have come up here tonight, because I don't come to the board meetings. I'm not a political person. I am me. I'm a child of God, just like I said, and I don't just talk it. Everyone in here knows me from Emerson knows I walk the walk. That's what a child of God is. I'm saying you would be doing a great disservice to move Miss Flood to Maxon School at a time that the data shows that over the last 4 years, she has moved us out of, in 5 months, might I add, out of state review to on top of the state. On top of the state. No one did that but Miss Flood's leadership and all of us that she galvanized by the power of God and her belief in the magic that we can be whatever we want to be. everyone, no one came up here to speak, but they all feel the same way that I feel. Ms. Flood's data, Ms. Woods, bring the data forward, because if you're not going to look at anything else, look at the data. Look at the data. The data shows marked improvement in 4 years. The data shows marked improvement in 5 months. We were under state review, as I said. We're now no longer under state review. Here's the data speaking for itself.
That is your time. That is your time.
Why would you move that? Why would you destroy that? The kids love her.
Mrs.
They all
Barnes
couldn't
Muhammad,
be here. Yes,
that is your
sir.
time, ma'am.
They all couldn't be here, but they all feel exactly the same way I do. Thank you very much for your time. Pardon me for my passion, but I believe what I believe in. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. We will allow time for one more speaker in person. Nick, do we have anybody else, anybody online who wishes to speak? Okay, so we'll allow time for one more speaker in person. Hopefully we could get through the one online. If not, we'll need to entertain a motion to extend for the one online.
Hi, good evening, Madam President. Good evening, members of the Plainfield Board of Education. Good evening, also members of the community that are here. On behalf of Ms. Flood, also on behalf of Emerson School and the wonderful leaders like Principal Deion Roach, who made it was an instrumental effort in making sure that my nonverbal daughter was able to speak in full sentences and she can't stop talking now, right? So, you know, I spend a lot of time castigating board members and calling them 4-letter words, and none of those words are good. But I want to emphasize the fact that this is about our children, our collective destiny in Plainfield, New Jersey. So I wanted to have a young speaker by the name of Aria. See your name for you? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Aria Lee. I want to thank Ms. Flood for taking care of us so well, and she takes care of us even if she doesn't want to. And we believe in her. And we believe in her. And everybody in the school believes in her. We all do.
Great job, great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Nick, can you queue up the person online, please?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Josie
Okay,
Díaz.
give me a second. One second. All right, hold off on the online. Go ahead.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Josie Díaz. Soy miembro de la escuela Emerson desde hace ya 6 años. He mirado todo el trabajo que ha venido haciendo la vicedirectora Miss Flood. Con mis niñas ha hecho un excelente trabajo. Con los estudiantes hace un excelente trabajo, porque la educación de los niños viene de casa. Pero su segunda casa es la escuela Emerson, donde sus mentores educan a los maestros para que los maestros sigan un ejemplo a seguir. Miss Flood es un ejemplo a seguir, no solo en la escuela, sino en la comunidad de Plainfield. Estuve hablando con varios de los padres y firmaron más de 200 padres para que Miss Flood... Le hice la pregunta, ¿ustedes quieren que Miss Flood se vaya de la escuela o se quede en la escuela? 200 padres firmaron la petición de que Miss Flood no se mueva de Emerson. La comunidad hispana de Plainfield dice no mover a Miss Flood de Emerson. Y si tenemos que encadenarnos a la escuela para que no muevan a nuestra vicedirectora, nos vamos a encadenar. Vamos a hacer huelga, vamos a hacer protesta, vamos a hacer todo lo que haya que hacer. No la vamos a dejar que se mueva de Emerson, porque es una líder, un ejemplo a seguir para todos nosotros, incluidos los padres, los estudiantes. Aman a nuestra vicedirectora. Y no queremos que se vaya. Queremos a Miss Flood en Emerson School hasta que ella quiera retirarse de la escuela. Es un ejemplo a seguir y la amamos toda la comunidad de Plainfield. Por favor, 200 padres firmaron esta petición de que no se muevan. Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Madam President, that concludes the 30-minute period.
There's a motion on the floor to extend to the one person we have on virtually. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Dr. Harris and seconded by Commissioner Douglas to extend privilege of the floor for the one speaker that was identified online. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
Nick, can you cue up that one community member that was online, please?
Good evening, everyone. It's Laura Miranda Brown. Just before I begin my statement, I would like to acknowledge the parent who just spoke before me. I'm not sure if you have live translation there this evening, but she has made it clear over 200 parents have signed the petition on behalf of Ms. Flood staying on site, and she has warned you all quite clearly that parents are ready to chain themselves to the building and go on strike. So for anybody who doesn't speak Spanish, that is the gist of what she so eloquently said. As you know, I'm a Plainfield parent. My children go to school here, and I'm here tonight because I have questions, and so far this board has not answered them. As a recap for anyone who has not been attending these meetings all year long, in January, our super was suspended, no explanation was given, the criminal charges against him were later dropped. He said publicly that the board's own investigation was done, and yet tonight, 5 months later, it appears that we're voting to fire someone whose name is not even on the agenda. The public gets no reason, no findings, just a vote. That is not fair, and it is not new. Every month this year, people have come to these meetings and asked questions. 50 people showed up in February. A room full of former board members stood at the podium in March and asked, what happened? What did he do wrong? The board's answer every single time has been silence. 3 minutes to speak, no responses, then everyone goes home. So tonight I have 3 specific questions I would like answered in public for this community. First, I see that mentor teachers are being paid for supporting newer teachers, and I think that is wonderful. Teachers deserve to be recognized for that extra work. But can someone please tell us how mentors are chosen? Is it based on their Danielson evaluation scores? The community deserves to know that the teachers guiding our newest staff are our strongest teachers. Second, there are 2 new job titles in addition to several other on tonight's agenda. The first that I want to highlight is Critical Systems Coordinator, and then another that says Critical Operations Coordinator. There are no job descriptions attached. There is no salary listed. What do these people do? What will we be paying them? Before this board votes to approve new positions, the public should know what those positions are. Third, tonight's agenda includes many stipends, extra pay for staff taking on extra responsibility. I support paying people fairly for their work. But I have to ask, are some of these responsibilities being paid as extras because the people who used to do them were laid off earlier this year? If those jobs needed to be done anyway, then maybe those positions shouldn't have been cut in the first place. For example, someone is going to be receiving $36,000 a year to manage the tennis court scheduling. That is a real salary. The community deserves to understand why that cost is structured in that way. Our children are watching what we do. They are here tonight, and families are making choices based on what they see. 3 years ago, nearly 10,000 children went to Plainfield schools. Today, that number is 8,000. Almost 2,000 children are gone. While there is no permanent leader, when money is mismanaged, when the board will not talk to the community, people lose trust. And when they lose trust, they leave. And when they leave, we lose funding. And when
Mrs.
we lose
Miranda
funding,
Brown, that is your
we cut
time.
teachers. This board is driving that cycle right now. I chose
Mrs. Miranda
Plainfield.
Brown.
I'm still here, and my children deserve better. The
Mrs.
community is watching at this meeting on YouTube and in November.
Mrs. Miranda Brown, that is your time.
All right, thank you very much. I'll now entertain a motion to close public comment. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Dr. Harris and seconded by Commissioner Allen Jordan to close public comment at this time. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
All right, thank you very much. I'll now have the attorney speak to a few points that were made by the last speaker and that I believe others of you would like to hear as well.
Yeah, so in terms of some personnel items, by law, they are confidential, and some folks have privacy rights. And so that is why we don't always use names on various personnel items.
Okay. And so at this time, we want to highlight and acknowledge our student commissioner,
To the mic.
Mr. Kaylin Mersola, our wonderful young scholar who we have had the pleasure of sitting with at the dais month after month, sharing her updates regarding PAWS. But she is a senior and she will be moving on. So we wanted to say thank you on behalf of Plainfield Board of Education for all that you do, not just individually in your pursuit of education, but for your peers and for our community and being that voice that advocates for the student body and the youth in the community. We just appreciate you, and we do have something for you. It just hasn't come in yet, and we'll make sure that you get it at graduation for sure. It'll be here by then. We just didn't have it in time for this, but I would like everybody to stand if you can so that we can honor her truly and clap for her. And at this time, if you would like to share anything, whatever it is that you may want to share as we wrap up this school year, then please do so at this time.
Thank you so much. I came here my junior year when I was recommended as a student commissioner, and when I came here, I intended to make a change, and some people may not go to PAWS, may not be in the PAWS, but they're in PAWS, but there's a certain climate that was around where students did not necessarily feel that they could reach the heights that they could possibly go, or they thought they limited their own minds. And I'm glad that through my advocacy, they were able to reach new heights and realize that just because something has always been doesn't mean that it has to be forever. And it was through not only me, but the help of my student council, my National Honor Society, my own studio, that I was able to bring about change in PAWS. So I thank you so much.
All right, what'd you say? All right, thank you for that, Caitlin. I'll now entertain a motion to go into executive session. Do we have a
Motion to go into executive session.
Board President, I have my hand raised. I have a comment that makes prior.
Excuse
to
me?
exec. So I have my hand raised. There was a comment I'd like to make prior to entering into exec, something that I would
Okay.
like to bring forward.
Go ahead, you have the floor, Commissioner Andrews.
Thank you. So again, just pointing out that I continue to hear the public as they raise their concern and interest, and I think it's important for me to just put where I stand at least, because I do believe that there's a lack of expressing that. And to be clear about it, I said with the superintendent behind me, I worry that, and like most of the public, I'd like to have seen him come back. That being said, I also bring to the forefront the issue that's become about. Heard it quite a few times. I bring it up now because I think it's worthy of a discussion in the public. This being our last board meeting, we have the chance to pass this, or can at least consider passing it as a first read. And that being, a public trust in this board is very much dependent upon our transparency and adherence to both the letter and spirit of the ethics requirements. And board members are required to disclose sources of income, gifts, donations, financial relationships, potential conflicts of interest. Those disclosures are not merely paperwork. They are fundamental safeguards that are designed to maintain our public confidence. When it's come to my attention by way of constituents who share similar concern regarding an ethics charge filed against a member of this board, where public records suggest discrepancies, omissions, or undisclosed financial relationships involving individuals who exercise authority for contracts, I think those matters deserve careful review by the appropriate ethics authorities. The public has a right to expect complete transparency from all of us. But regardless of the outcome of any pending ethics matter, I believe this board should strengthen its policies to ensure vendors seeking to do business with the district cannot circumvent procurement rules through gifts, donations, financial arrangements, or other benefits provided by two board members, their family members, or affiliate organizations. To that end, I propose and put it forward to the board, hopefully that we can put in a policy, pass the first read tonight. Vendor integrity and public trust policy, where vendors certify that they have not provided any gifts, donations, payments to board members, immediate family members, or organizations controlled by board members. That any vendor found by court of ethics or the commission, by court or ethics commission to have knowingly participated in an undisclosed financial relationship, creating a conflict of interest, be barred from district contracting for 6 years. If an ethics charge filed against it, if it is found to be true, and that vendors disclose all contributions, donations, sponsorships, and financial relationships involving board members and senior administration during the previous 6 years. Failure to disclose should be ground for contract determination, and the district should maintain a publicly accessible vendor transparency register. I say this again, this being our last board meeting, the time period for which I have not made the decision, but what we do politically going into next year. It's something that we should be working day in and day out to make sure that we're instilling the confidence. And when these things arise or occur, I think not only is it the responsibility of us board members to put something in place to make sure that it doesn't happen, and also as to ourselves to ensure that we abide by those. But we also need to hold the vendors responsible if they're engaged in such tactic, that they are fully aware of by law. Still, and it should do created on that circumstance. With that said, yield the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Andrews. There was a motion on the floor. Mr. Cox, can you call the vote?
Yes, the motion I recall.
Was the motion seconded?
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't seconded. I have a motion from Commissioner Douglas, but I didn't get a second because that's when Mr.
Hembry second.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it because so it's been properly moved by Commissioner Douglas and seconded by Commissioner Hembry that the board now retire into executive session. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
I anticipate will be an.
The board anticipates being in executive session for 90 minutes approximately. It is currently 8:33. If that 90 minutes happens, I will come out and make a notification for intended extension.
Recording stopped.
Good evening, everyone. The board has requested an additional 30 minutes to deliberate.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Motion to reconvene public.
Turn the
session.
mics on, sir.
Recording in progress.
Do we have a second?
Hold on, we didn't get that on. Can you say it again?
Motion to reconvene public session.
I second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Douglas and seconded by Commissioner Allen Jordan that the board now resume this meeting in the public. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried. The meeting is reopened at 10:38 p.m. Dr. Filipatos?
Yes, I would like to administratively pull item L15.
So noted.
Is Vic ready?
Yes, he is.
I'll entertain a motion for consent agenda.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Dr. Harris and seconded by Commissioner Hembry that the board move tonight's agenda as a consent agenda. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
The motion to approve.
Motion to approve consent agenda.
I second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Douglas and seconded by Commissioner Allen Jordan that the board approve tonight's consent agenda. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Douglas,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Hembry, Commissioner Dr. Harris. I just want to ensure that Mr. Andrews did not join. Just rejoined, okay? Commissioner Andrews?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Commissioner Andrews. Your vote on tonight's consent agenda?
No on the consent agenda.
Okay. Commissioner Vice President Webb?
Yes, are we voting to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, approving of it. So I'm calling the roll for your specific vote on the entire consent agenda.
Okay, so that's yes for all things, but a no for K3 number 11.
Commissioner Wyatt?
Yes, but I have to recuse myself from K10 number 20.
Steve? I will also have all board members recuse and abstain themselves from any of their personal reimbursements related to travel.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam President, with that, all agenda items do pass tonight's agenda.
All right, thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Dr. Harris and seconded by Commissioner Hembry that the board now adjourn this meeting in the public. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed have the same right? Motion carried, meeting adjourned at 10:42 p.m.